would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, councillors, and good morning, officers, to our ordinary council meeting for the 27th of June 2023. I'd like to begin with acknowledgement to country and acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, the Darumbal people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gungaloo Nation people, the Barada, Cabelbarra and Yetamarala people, also acknowledging the Torres Strait Islander peoples whose land is in the Torres Straits but who live and work on Aboriginal land. Councillors, we have a number of apologies. Apology leave of absence for Councillor Drew Wickerson from Monday the 26th of June to Friday the 30th of June. I'll have a mover in a second. I'm happy to move that as suggested, and seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. We have Deputy Mayor Councillor Fisher online on Teams, and Councillor Smith is running a little bit late, so we'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes from the previous meeting, councillors, which was the 13th of June 2023, to be confirmed as true and accurate record. Move Councillor Kirkland to have a seconder. Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Confirmation of the minutes. Declarations and interests and matters on the agenda. Councillors, we have a declaration from Councillor Latcham to inform us of item 16.2, summary partnership discussions with Beef Australia, and I'll ask Councillor Latcham to talk to that one.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I have declarable conflict of interest, item 16.2, summary of partnership discussions with Beef Australia, as I've received hospitality from Beef Australia between 2nd to 8th of May 2021, and the value is greater than $500. As a result of my declarable conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
You happy with that? You don't want to remain in? Oh, you can't? No.
I've previously left every other time.
Right. Okay, we'll note that, Councillor Latcham, when we get to that point. Thank you, councillors. No further declarations. If there is something that arises throughout the course of the meeting, please inform the table. No nil public forums, deputations, petitions, nil committee reports, nil. So we'll move straight into 10, the councillor delegate reports. 10.1, discretionary funds application. Councillor Neil Fisher for the Frenchville State School. Indigenous Garden Project. Councillors, I'm happy to move as recommended there. Seek a seconder. Councillor Latcham. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.2, leave of absence for Councillor Smith from the 5th of July to the 21st of July inclusive. Happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Again, 10.3, leave of absence for... for Councillor Wickerson. That one's been done. We'll move on to item 11, 11.1, Officers' Report, National Bush Summit, A Voice for Rural and Regional Australia. Wade or Zach? Zach's here. Thank you, Zach. Could you present that report, please? And good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So this report is for a sponsorship of the Bush Summit. So the Bush Summit is being held here in Rockhampton at the Great Western Hotel on the 18th of August. It's run by News Corp, and it's in its 5th year. It's a summit that focuses on regional and rural living in Australia. They hope to get between 300 plus people to attend the event. It is a free event. It will be broadcast on television, as well as having a lot of support from News Corp, both with the Morning Bulletin and the Courier Mail. The sponsorship provides us an opportunity to have our local government and Advanced Rockhampton brand at the forefront of this, which aligns with our economy pillars based on the aquaculture, but also us as a regional city as well. My recommendation is that we do a bronze sponsorship, which is for $8,500 plus GST. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Zach. Probably just a comment. I think it really dovetails into Beef Week for next year, and something there that we're very proud of, and being the beef capital, it does work in that space and that degree. But also being a regional city, we realise what the importance of having voices heard for regional Australia and rural Australia. So I'm happy to support, but happy to seek any questions. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I did have some questions. Zach, so we had 300 attendees actually turn up to this forum?
That's what they would like.
It's an online...
No, it's an in-person. It will be broadcast onto television. The Premier will be in attendance. The Prime Minister... so there's a series of 5 events over 5 cities, where the last city, the Prime Minister has agreed to attend the first one, and then record a message for the subsequent ones. At the Great Western Hotel, their capacity is a lot larger than 300, but given that the key themes are around infrastructure, livability in the bush, international trade, community resilience, energy transition and technology and connectivity, this is something that they see will be highly attended by people. But it is, you do have to register to attend, but it is a free event to attend.
Mm-hmm. And they have experts in those fields? Yeah,
so there'll be panellists. The way that it works is from 8 a.m. is registration, from 9 till 12 is a series of panellist questions that are subject matter experts in those fields around those different themes that they speak about. There'll be some Q&A and some keynote speakers as well as panellists.
So, Mr Mayor, I just had a small concern that this was really more about a promotional thing for media. And as a form of people, buying advertising space and the like in media. So a bit of a commercial event for them. So that was probably my biggest concern, Zach, that
okay.
it actually had more to it than that.
So I suppose through the Mayor, for this, it is run by News Corp as their event team run this, and their partners, the media arm that they have, help to attract and broadcast out around those important conversations. For us, I think it aligns perfectly with our agriculture and aquaculture, but also those themes that I just mentioned before are themes that are all relevant to our local government area. So whilst it is put on by media, this particular event is around those important conversations that impact our residents and the businesses that are here.
Yeah, thank you. And given that I'm happy to support. I was a little concerned, and I actually noticed that the one thing that's not on there is the withdrawal of a lot of our papers from rural and regional Queensland, and the lack of media content coverage, whether that's through TV or paper. And it's
might be a good question to ask from the floor, Councillor.
It's one of the biggest things, I think, issues that we
Yeah.
have, and yet it's not on, and would be topical for that type of forum, but it's not on there.
Again, it does promote the area that we're working in, our economic development strategy and plan in those areas of agriculture and Fitzroy Food Bowl, and growing jobs and growth for the region. So on that level, I think it's important, but I'm sure it's a great question that should be asked from the floor. Councillor Rutherford, that's a good point that you raised there about the lack of media in the regions as well. Okay, councillors, I'm happy to move, and seconded Councillor Latcham. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Zach. We'll move on to our next item, 11.2, the Regional Arts Development Fund Round 2 funding. Mark, if you could present that one for us. Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. Yes, so the applications were received for Round 2 of the 22-23 Regional Arts Development Fund. These applications, of which we received 8, 7 applications were deemed eligible, and of those 7 applications, the RADF Committee were happy to fund all 7. There are also 3 applications to join the RADF Committee that were received, and I'm recommending that the 3 applicants be endorsed to join the RADF Committee. The 3 applicants are Olive Shipchinsky in Theatre, Dance and Movement, Patrick Lillyboe, who does visual arts, theatre and dance. Patrick would be a great asset, but it should be noted that Patrick also is a council employee, works at the Heritage Village as the supervisor at the moment, and Kay Wolves, a member of the Central Queensland Contemporary Artists. The 7 applications were Blue Eagle Productions with Cock and Bulls Season 2, and it should be noted that the RADF Committee, whilst they were happy to fund this application, did note that it's getting dangerously close to recurrent funding, and felt that whilst they're happy to fund this application, they won't fund a Season 3, and would like Blue Eagle Productions to start seeking funding for that project elsewhere. Dr. Susie Maycam, that's a development grant for the development of a work for a quartet. Jackie Chan, doing some portraits of Dirrumbul elders, 4 portraits that will be gifted to Dirrumbul Enterprises and held at an exhibition at Dirrumbul Enterprises. MPAD with some workshops to support their Wattle Festival and the 125 years of Mount Morgan Railway Station. Mundagata Didgeridoos with a neon corroboree for NAIDOT Week. That proves to be an exciting work, and hopefully we'll see that once it's been created, we should see that appearing at other events and festivals. The Rockhampton Symphony Orchestra with their project to bring professional artists to town and do some workshops. This one is also a project that the committee felt is dangerously close to other applications that the Symphony Orchestra have put forward. In 2021, they did a very similar application, and the committee is keen to see the Symphony Orchestra start to seek funding elsewhere as well. And Rockhampton Youth Orchestra supporting Topology. Once again, a project that RADF supported in 2021 that the committee is again happy to support, but keen to encourage the Youth Orchestra to start seeking funding elsewhere for that project. Yes, so I am seeking 2 recommendations to endorse the applications for grants and the applications to join the committee.
Thanks very much for the presentation of that report, Mark. I'll go to questions. Councillors, Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to ask the question as to whether the RADF committee prosecute the validity of some of the dollar figures that are next to a couple of these projects. Seems quite excessive, but I don't understand what's involved in that, but I would like to ask whether the committee actually prosecute that.
So the committee does assess the budget that is submitted with each application. So each application has a budget. The part of our assessment process when we receive applications is to make sure that the artists use NAVA to qualify their rates that they put down. So NAVA is the National Australian Visual Arts Association. And they have on their website a very clear table about how much an artist should get paid, what an artwork might be worth, and guidelines about how to implement that. So we use that as a template. So for applications such as Jackie Chan's portrait, which he's put down, I think, 100 hours per portrait, which is about right according to NAVA. And he's costed himself at $30 an hour, which is about early to mid-career artist. So that's how he would have come up with that dollar figure, and that goes into his budget along with quotes for materials and paint and muslin and bits and pieces. So yeah.
Okay, that's great. I just learned something. That's really, really interesting.
Yeah, it's quite in depth. The
Yeah.
performing arts is a little bit more difficult. The MEAA used to provide all of those rates, which is the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance. They're not so good at that anymore, but Fair Work Australia have recently redone all of their government awards for, and there's one for performing arts which has all the rates of pay for pretty much everything except a director. But yeah, it's
Super interesting, Mark. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. That was very interesting, Mark. Thank you. Mine's just on probably the membership of the committee.
Yep.
And is there a number of committee members that Constitution allows for? And
so we have a maximum of 10, and I think minimum of 5. We need to be able to have a quorum of half plus 1. These 3 people will bring us to 9 in the committee. What we're looking for in a committee is a diversity of experience in the arts. So the more broad that portfolio of arts represented, what we find in RADF committees is we get a greater application pool. So if we've got more visual artists in the committee itself, we'll tend to see more visual arts applications across the board. So having that range is good. So which is why someone like Patrick Lillybow, who's got dance experience, we might start to see some dance applications, which we haven't seen too many of in the past. So yeah, it's exciting.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and through to Mark. Just a question. The artists that mentioned here, are all of them or most of them from Rockhampton region?
They're all from Rockhampton region. The only one, is Blue Eagle Productions. They are based in Yeppoon, Livingston, but the production and all the work happening around the production is in Mount Morgan. So either the artist needs to be from the Rockhampton region or all of the work needs to be occurring in Rockhampton region. So that's one of the reasons they're happy about this production for Blue Eagle.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Thanks, Councillor Latcham. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Just got in there.
Yeah, I
On the borderline.
That's trigger finger. Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through to Michael. Michael, thanks very much for this. The question I do have is in regards to, and I suppose it depends on who's applying for it, but I just note that there's basically 3 here that have been selected that have relationships to Mount Morgan, 2 that have relationships with Indigenous, and 2 that have relationships with orchestra. Yep. So it's not a very diverse group. But I suppose the question I've got is, you know, there was 8 applications. If all 8 applications were for dancing, you know, or something like that, well, if something along those lines, would they all be selected on that, or would you go back out to try to get a more diverse?
It's a good question. I believe if the applications on their merit are good applications and worthy of funding, we don't really pick and choose based on the art form. We would like to see more diverse art forms. But yeah, if it was all music, the committee would probably be happy to support all the music applications, but we would then be looking to try and find out why we're only getting one genre, and try to develop more in the community, because and we felt that when I first came here 2 years ago, we felt that the RADF grants seemed to be quite heavy on the performing arts, which is the music and dance and theatre. Well, not dance, but music and theatre. Whereas the visual arts didn't have too much representation. So when we first went out for committee members, we targeted advertising at Walter Reed Cultural Centre. We asked those groups to put in applications to become members to help develop that. And we are starting to see more visual arts as a result.
Thanks for that, Mark. I suppose hopefully the fact that we've got a diverse group, you know, on the board there, that word might get out and the applications that come through might be a bit more diverse as well.
That's exactly the reason we're doing it, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Mathers. Councillor, we have no further questions to Mark's report there. I'll take some mover and a seconder with regards to the funds. Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Mark. Well, you've got one more there. We'll hand over to 11.3, the Taste of the World's Partnership.
All right. This is one that I know John Webb was very passionate about, and John is away this week, so I am looking after it. It is proposed to deliver the Taste of the World event occurring in August 19th, 2023, under a partner delivery model with Rockhampton Regional Council and Central Queensland Multicultural Association. In the past, the council ran a cultural festival, and the Central Queensland Multicultural Association also ran Taste of the World event. The Multicultural Association are moving the Taste of the World event to August to align with Multicultural Month, which is where council would normally have done its multicultural festival. We have been looking to partner with Multicultural Association and rather do 2 events, do one event together, and this presented a great opportunity for that to occur. So we've reached out to Central Queensland Multicultural Association, and they are very keen, as are we, to partner and deliver this event together. So I am seeking council support to the joint delivery of Taste of the World for the next few years, and that a review of that partnership delivery model be conducted following 2026.
Thanks very much for that report, Mark. Again, we have Councillor Wickerson, I'm sure, would have been portfolio spokesperson for community, would have loved to have been here for that one as well.
I believe the Multicultural Association met with John and Drew about this as well. Yeah. Okay.
Well, we've got a number of lights on, so we'll go to questions. Start Councillor Mathers, Councillor Kirkland, Councillor Smith, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you. Oh, and Councillor Latcham, we've got a full house. Councillor Fisher, have you got your hand up? Yep, righto. We have got a full house, so we'll go to questions around the table there.
I'll do my best.
Thanks very much, Mark. So we'll start with Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Mark, I'm pleased to see we're going to try to support this event, because it was a very popular event, a very good event. No disrespect to the organisers previously, but what I'm hoping, I know that we're helping in regards to a location, to some staging, sound systems, that type of thing. what I'm hoping, but is are we going to have any say in any of the stalls that are coming along? I just noticed the last two that I've been to, it's Taste of the World, and it hasn't been a Taste of the World. The people that have been there have basically been street vans with a very small selection. My idea of Taste of the World, there should be people there cooking.
And that's exactly the same way the Multicultural Association feels. Mm-hmm. They are making sure that there won't be street vendors. It will be all multicultural groups providing their own foods. So they don't want like the food vans that you would see at other events. They won't be there. The groups that are participating will undertake some courses. They'll do some workshops with our health department to make sure that they're covering all of those aspects. And I believe it's set up as it's an educational program to make sure these groups learn how to do this, do it properly, and hopefully work towards something in the future. I think the showcase for Taste of the World is True Fusion. I believe True Fusion Indian started out exactly like this as a participant in the Taste of the World event, and then went through that process. But yes, you're right. No food vendors. No commercial food vendors. Just.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that'd be great, because particularly there's a lot of organisations out there, and if we could get them involved and have them cooking, the genuine food, that would be it'd be a great event.
That is the idea. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think this is a great partnership, makes sense, and to bring those two events together and make them one is going to be a way more productive and certainly a better showcase of the fabulous diversity that we do have in our community. Multicultural-wise, we have just got so many different nationalities here, and I'm sure they're all just chomping at the bit to work together and to work with council as far as helping them to hone what they need to do in order to present their food varieties, but also the fabulous talent quest and the showcase of costumes and all those different things will go to the next level with a partnership such as this. So that's just great. I congratulate you.
Yeah, no, this has been a long time in the works.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thanks for answering the question. I was a bit concerned about food vans and the like too. So it's good to hear that, and I totally agree with what Councillor Kirkland's just said. My concern, however, is a little bit about the 3-year funding.
Yep.
And we were very, very strict about what events ended up with multiple year funding when we went through our capital grants funding. And this one wouldn't have stacked up on previous for a multi-year funding against the other ones that did and didn't get funded. So I'm just wondering whether it should be a one-off, let's see how it flies, and then look at multiple year funding after that. And I'm probably looking at Alicia more so here, because there were some really good events that didn't get through. So we're looking at this one separately, which always has prickles when you look at things in isolation.
So back through the chair then. So this funding and this proposal here is outside of the community assistance program. So very different to supporting the event. This is a partnership. So it's council running the event with Multicultural Association, and that really ticks our box in terms of support for the multicultural community in the region. And it sort of also, like, if we didn't used to deliver the cultural festival ourselves and play in that space, it would probably be a quite different report. But we did. So this is about filling that void, and working together with that. The sentiment, I suppose, the reason it was 3 years is to find its legs and to build on the event each year and then review it after that. So John already in Mark's area, I think, has the budget for this, so it sits outside. So it's not taking away from any of the other programs, whereas previously, by funding the 2 lots, it did. Yep.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Yeah, prudent question. Councillor Latcham, Councillor Smith, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, just this proposal sounds common sense. I remember many years ago the Multicultural Fair used to be at the Central Queensland University, and it was one of the biggest events in the year. It was spectacular. The amount of different nationalities who cooked their different cultural dishes, and you got to have a sample of all of them. And the one thing I did notice from back in those good old days was the amount of power cords and getting to each different outlet. This one's going to be at the showground, so is this going to be indoors at like Robert Swarton? Or
No, this is proposed to be on the riverbank, on the
riverbank.
plaza. Yeah,
So it's subject to the weather. Okay.
and it will be free to attend. So
Yeah, that's fine. So I guess, does the infrastructure down at the riverbank cater for
yeah, so
50
our
or 100 different stalls?
So our team's been down and checked the electricity, and we're confident we can deliver it. In terms of the layout, we're still working that out, and at the moment, they're starting. I wouldn't say they've gone massive. It's starting in a space that the Multicultural Association and we can deliver together well, and then with the intention to grow it from there. So at the moment, it's at the Rod Laver Plaza and spreading downriver. And yes, we've got infrastructure to be able to do it.
Okay, well, good to see what happens in the space.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, as my colleagues have all said, makes common sense. And I think the Taste of the World have proved themselves been going for 13 years. And I concur with other councillors too. It used to be, you know, all the different nationalities cooking, and it was really good. I noticed a difference in the recent years. So coming together, I think, is a great idea. My question was probably about the funding. It doesn't say how much we're funding, but I was hoping that, you know, with their, oh, I missed that. I didn't see the, oh yeah, the in-kind. Something like that is really good for our community. We used to have a multicultural officer here. We don't sort of play in that field anymore, and yet these people are out there doing great things in the community, especially the Multicultural Association. We were at Councillor Latcham and I were at a Zonta meeting recently, and a lady from there spoke about the good work they do, getting these people into jobs and everything, and getting their English up to speed, and it just really opened my eyes to what happens. So I think that's, yeah, it's a great idea.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Deputy Mayor.
I thought there was one more councillor to go. Sorry, Mr Mayor. Look, you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep. I would just like to commend all those involved in actually putting this together. This has been a long time coming, and I think it will be very, very successful. The questions I had to ask have actually been asked by each of the councillors, so I would just like to sort of finish with that. I think this has been a really great job. All those involved deserve to be thanked, and look forward to the event. And I'm happy to second your motion.
Oh, I'm happy to. Since you waited till you come last, you can move it, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fisher, and I'll seek a second on this one. So, Councillor Smith, move Councillor Fisher, second Councillor Smith. Put that. Those in favour. Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Mark. Really great initiative, and look forward to the event and you know, building from the foundations on future events. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we'll move on to our next item, 11.4, development application for material change of use, service station reconfiguration of a lot. So we'll hand over. Thank you.
Good to go. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. This is a development application seeking a development permit for a material change of use for a service station, reconfiguring a lot and operational works for advertising devices over land at 1018 and 1038 Yamba Road at Parkhurst. Yeah, so the site is located on the eastern side of Yamba Road at the northern extent of the Rockhampton Regional Council local government area. It's an approximate 10-hectare site that's unimproved except for an existing shed towards the front of the property. The Yamba Road corridor as it passes through Parkhurst is characterised by a range of land uses, including residential, short-term accommodation, service stations and industrial land use activities. You can see on the western side of Yamba Road there's industrial activities, and further south some short-term accommodation and some mix of low-density residential. So Yamba Road is a state-controlled road and is access to the site is regulated by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. The site's also located approximately 3 kilometres north of where the Rockhampton Ring Road project is going to intersect back with the with Yamba Road or Bruce Highway. So like I said, the proposal is to establish a service station. It's going to operate 24/7. It's going to cater for both standard vehicles and heavy vehicles. This includes heavy vehicle parking at the rear of the site. An acoustic fence is proposed around the service station. I'll show you in the next slide. There's a site plan just to give you some context. An acoustic fence is proposed around the service station to ensure the development can achieve the noise quality objectives, both during the day and at night time. Landscape buffers have also been conditioned around the site, including on the northern and southern side, just to mitigate some of the visual impacts of the acoustic fence that's required. So the acoustic fencing, as you can see here, the acoustic fencing is proposed pretty much around that hard stand area. The area south, that green strip's actually stormwater detention, so the acoustic fence is located on the northern side of that. So it's about 22 metres from the short-term accommodation to the south and about 100 metres to the low-density residential area to the north, so there's no kind of hard interface between that acoustic fence and any of the adjoining land uses. The proposal also includes, just next one there, sorry Linda. The proposal also includes the creation of an additional lot. So the proposed lot 1 in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen there is for the service station. It's about 1 hectare. The balance of the lots is located to the rear, so that remaining land can be developed for, I guess, whatever purpose it's intended. It's zone low-density residential. The conditions of this approval make sure that the service station doesn't prejudice any future low-density residential development on that site. There's also a couple of access easements which just ensure that access can be provided to proposed lot 2 from Yamba Road through proposed lot 1. So there was 2 submissions received during the public notification period. I've indicated on the aerial imagery there where those submissions were received. So the grounds of those submissions are included in the report, and the reasons why we think the application can still be supported despite them are outlined again in the report. The concerns mostly related to things like noise and impacts on residential amenity and things like that. So the application generally complies with the requirements of the planning scheme. Where there is conflicts, and there is conflicts because that underlying low density residential zoning, regard to relevant matters is considered to outweigh those conflicts, mainly being that this service station helps fulfil the purpose of that Rockhampton Ring Road project. I guess the purpose is to make sure or to improve efficiencies of vehicles going around Rockhampton. At the moment, there's no service stations that can service these types of vehicles either side, so the lack of these types of facilities means vehicles have to travel back into the CBD. The application's been recommended for approval subject to the conditions outlined in the report.
Thanks very much, Brendan. Councillor Mathers is a portfolio spokesperson. Any comment?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. We talked about this one a little bit yesterday in regards to, because obviously I see that big parcel of land and just go, well, we're looking for areas to develop and that type of thing. So it's only a small section of it, I understand, but the only thing that I'm a little bit...
Probably just be cautious, it's just a comment or question.
Oh, okay, yes, sorry, okay, it's a question. My question is, we talked yesterday in regards to the ability to be able to come off that highway for the residential premises, yet we can come off the highway for the service station. I'm just wondering if you can explain what the difference is, getting on and off the highway for the two different uses.
Yeah, through the chair. So that point on Yamba Road is quite constrained. The State Department of Transport and Main Roads has effectively indicated that they're only going to support one additional access at that location into that site, which is why there's access easements going through it. If that land at the back is to be developed at some point in time, access to it's going to need to be granted either by an extension of the road along the rear of the site, which is currently council-owned land, or partially through the residential estate to the north. So there is some constraints around access for that particular site.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question? Sorry, Councillor.
All right. No, sorry. That's what I was wondering, whether we could, enter through the, through the northern area there as well. So
Yeah, through the chair you could. You can see what streets are there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it Bantry Street? It does provide the opportunity to extend through. Obviously, the capacity of that might be limited given the size of it, but it does allow some opportunity for access into that balanced lot too.
Yeah. No, that's great. Thanks. So just, mindful of keeping as much land available for subdivision as we can. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Mathers. Councillor Rutherford, then Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. My concern is exactly the same. I would have thought that residential land was a premium for us.
Yeah.
And to be chewing into that in whatever form.
Probably just a question, Councillor, more than...
Well, yeah, I guess I'm coming to that, Mr Mayor, because in the planning report it talks about non-residential uses only occur within the zone where they are, one, do not compromise the residential character and existing amenity of the surrounding area. I believe it does significantly. We've seen cases of Bunnings and the impact it's had, and this would certainly have a much greater usage with trucks and the like and certainly ambient light coming from it. Two, a small scale and consistent with the surrounding urban form doesn't meet that. Primary function to service the needs of the immediate local residential community, it's not doing that. It's servicing the needs of travelling community. Do not detract from the role and function of centres, probably not. Do not result in the expansion of the centre zone. So my concern with probably those, and moving on from that, would be that once this happens, and it's already been justified to a degree in the planning, that the zone is a bit of a mishmatch of things as it is.
Yeah.
So once this goes ahead, it then really does open the doors for other commercial things on what is residential zone, residential land.
Yeah. Through the chair, I appreciate those concerns. Obviously, Councillor, and you're right that the scheme does contemplate all those things in terms of what is expected for a non-residential use, and there is conflicts there, obviously around things like scale and things like that. In a planning assessment where there is high-level conflicts with the scheme, there's two things we look at. One is the planning scheme itself, and the other is relevant matters. Now, in this particular case, our view is that there is more so an overriding need to help fulfil the purpose of the Rockhampton Ring Road project through providing these types of facilities, rather than effectively sterilising what is 10% of that site, a relatively small portion. There's no other really appropriately suitable zone land north of that new intersection for the Rockhampton Ring Road project, which could, I think, cater for a service station of this size. Now, you're right, like with these types of things, the concern is always impacts on, residential uses, both existing and future. Now, a combination of...
Sorry, can I just ask a question to that comment? Would be, why then does the reason for the use of petrol station outweigh our need for residential land? Why does it sit as a higher priority to what the regional council's priority is?
Yeah, through the chair, look, I think you're right, like we look at those things, but like I said, it's 10% of the site, and when you look at Rockhampton's growth areas, there is hundreds and hundreds of hectares of undeveloped, low-density residential zone land. Now, if there was an instance where this is the last bit of low-density residential owned land in our local government area where everything else was constrained. We would definitely, our priorities would probably shift. But when you look at the growth areas towards Edenbrook, Riverside Waters and further north along Parkhurst, my view is that there is sufficient area for growth. And I think we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar project and trying to fulfil the purpose of that project. Like,
and Councillor,
with respect, Councillor, there's no point having a ring road that requires heavy vehicles to then go back into the CBD to refuel. So
the other thing too is to bear in mind that they've restricted TMR's work now on Yamba Road near the Glenmore High School, has restricted the parking availability for these trucks. Now they won't be able to stay there, and the only way that they can get back to any service station is to go up to this ring road and do a turnaround with a B-double to get back into town. This does cater for those heavy vehicles to fuel up and rest.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
just to
guess
bear
I'm
that in mind.
concerned.
But you're talking about the housing demand. Well,
Well,
it's 10% of that block.
It's 10%.
And I just
yes,
need to be
I
careful
do.
that you're not getting into debate, Councillor. That's
No, but these are questions. This is my concern here, because it's 10% of the block. But who's going to want to buy a residential house block directly behind it? How much of that block does it actually sterilise for residential use?
through the chair, like there's instances, there's many examples of people living near service stations. Like I said, there's conditions of approval which seek to mitigate those impacts. Some people may not have a preference to live behind a service station, which is fair enough, but I don't think it's necessarily reasonable to say that this is going to sterilise an entire 90,000 square metres of land for residential development. And there's also the fact that it's directly on a state-controlled road as well. So I would say, people may not have a preference to live directly on Yamba Road. So it's a balancing act between trying to cater for what is a significant project in the region, obviously also making sure there's sufficient housing supply. And your concerns are valid, but it's a balancing act, Councillor.
So another question. When is so many petrol stations too many petrol stations, and what responsibility is there on us not to drive businesses into the ground because we've allowed too many?
Yeah, through the chair, there's two instances where we look at service stations. In most cases, those service stations are proposed in zonings where, they're contemplated in urban areas, centre zones, industrial zones and things like that. In those circumstances, even though there is obviously a view that there might be too many being proposed at the moment, there is limited grounds for us to refuse them when the scheme actually contemplates them there. Now, in this case, the zoning is inconsistent, but I would say the need for this service station is probably greater than any other service station that's been proposed within the actual urban kind of centre zones or industrial zones. So they're concerns that have been raised before, and appreciate them, but like in this case, like I said, if we don't support this one, we're looking just purely at this application. I think there's relevant grounds to support it, which are outlined in the council report.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. My question is about the B-double parking. So we're saying that there's no service stations north of the site for 318 kilometres that provide modern facilities, truck lounge, B-double access and truck parking. But they're only having access for parking for 2 vehicles. And if you looked at the amount of vehicles that used to park at and opposite the Caltex there, what we
There's
just...
more than 2.
No, it's just...
Sorry, Councillor, if you can just look at the...
6,
Oh,
7.
in this here I read there was only 2.
The fueling.
Sorry,
Parking
just
for
to
2
clarify a couple of
service-
things there,
sorry.
Councillor, through the chair. There's different types of heavy vehicles. B-doubles are one type of heavy vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's semis and...
Yeah,
so we've
that's
got
right.
4. So hang on, 1...
Yep. So you can
6.
see, like, for example,
6.
Councillor,
Oh,
at the
sorry,
top, there's
I read it
heavy
wrongly.
vehicles. So
Yeah.
heavy vehicles fall under an umbrella of quite a few different vehicle types.
Yeah. So you said, so coming back from there, so they've got to do go around the roundabout to get back to this service station. and all the businesses along there. So if they say the four, well, you know, the big vehicles are parked there, is there going to be access at the ring road to be able to turn to come back the way they're going?
Yeah, look, I think in this case, obviously being located on the kind of inbound route, the expectation be it's going to cater for vehicles travelling south rather than north.
Be able to get around again.
And if there is a scenario where it's a vehicle travelling north and they have to perform a different manoeuvre, then that's just going to be the case. Yamba Road's a state-controlled road, and during the assessment of this, they would have looked at those types of things and making sure that the road's obviously designed and catered for heavy vehicles being able to perform different manoeuvres.
Okay, thank you.
Already existing approval for a service station near the silos there?
On this particular site?
Not that site, as northbound from the ring road. I thought there was a proposal for a service station opposite the Parkhurst Shopping Centre.
Through the chair, there is a service station at the Parkhurst Shopping Centre.
No, on the other side of the highway on the development one. I'm just not sure. Amanda, there is, yeah. So, no. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, further question?
Yes, Mr Mayor, that was going through my mind as well, because there's all that land there which would be zoned correctly. And there's already a application in. So, yeah, I don't see what drives this one.
Sorry, just to clarify, Amanda, that's on the western side of the highway? So it's catering for northbound traffic? Okay.
Yeah. For truck? No, it wasn't for truck. And this is the southern bound side of it as well, not just only the northern route. Yeah.
But where do we stand if there is land available to be purchased that is zoned correctly? Why are we not standing by that land and allowing a material change of use to residential land?
So through the chair, just to clarify, Councillor, where would you like to see that service station to be located?
The land opposite the Parkhurst.
On the western side of the highway?
That only caters for northern traffic, Councillor. There's no southern access.
There's
I think
lights
the
there.
lights,
Yes,
the lights,
there is.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
lights
yeah.
there. Yeah.
Through the
It's
chair,
a
I think it's the same scenario, for example, generally with just from experience, with any type of significant highway, service stations are located for both north and southern bound traffic. It's not an ideal scenario to have a service station on one side catering for both directions of vehicle travel. It increases the number of vehicle manoeuvres and obviously increase the risk with road users. So, I fully appreciate your point, Councillor, and it's valid. I just think it's, realistically, you need to cater for both sides.
Councillor Rutherford.
One more question, please, and this one's a little bit aside. I read somewhere there that the refrigerated trucks won't be able to run their motors during nighttime hours. Is that correct? I did read that.
Through the chair, that is correct. So as part of the application, they submitted a noise impact assessment. With those noise impact assessments, they establish noise quality criteria based on the Environmental Protection Regulation, also factoring in local circumstances. If they were running those refrigeration vehicles at night time, it would exceed the noise quality objectives for any sort of sensitive land use nearby, whether it be the short-term accommodation or low-density residential development.
So who is going to check on that? Is it self-regulated? And what happens? Sorry, and just explain to me, if you could, what happens if a refrigerated truck turns its motor off? Can it last through the night, or does it mean that those trucks can't stay there?
Yeah, through the chair. Like any development application, the onus is on the applicant developer to comply. If council is aware of a breach, we investigate it. That's the compliance process. I couldn't tell you how long a refrigeration vehicle could last without having the refrigeration, turned on. It depends, I guess, on the type of, goods they're carrying.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. And my question relates to can we debate the need for a business? Because I know in the early days it was a bit different. I know we refused a certain development, and now there is a...
Councillors, that's your right. You can vote the way you
Yeah,
choose.
no, I'm just asking.
That you'd have plenty of grounds to refuse.
There was, questions about what other service stations are being developed, but we're always told that the developer does their own homework and they decide to spend the money.
Yep.
So we really can't take that as a consideration. Can we take that as a consideration anymore?
Brendan?
Through the chair, so where there is conflicts with the planning scheme, like I said earlier, there's regards to relevant matters, which includes planning need, economic need and community need. In this instance, the applicant submitted an economic needs assessment, which I believe demonstrates there is a need. If there was an instance where we thought that report was incorrect or pushing it, we would get it third-party reviewed. I'm confident in what that report recommends. It's the grounds are reflected in this report for relevant matters. So, yeah, like through the chair, with respect, Councillor, you can debate need, but like I've said earlier, I think there is a need for this proposal.
Councillor, that brings any further questions to Brendan on that one? Could I have a mover and a second with regards to the officer's recommendation? Move Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Latcham. Speakers for the motion? Speakers against the motion? Put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? Wish to record your vote against? Councillor Rutherford. Thanks very much, Brendan.
Cheers,
Motion
thank you.
Carried. How do we grow a region? 11.5, Waikato Regional Council Resource Recovery Strategy Revision 2023. I'll ask Michael. Oh no, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. The document we want to present today is it's the review of the waste strategy that was. It's now the resource recovery strategy. This is a statutory review that we're required to do under the Act every 3 years. Look, over the 3 years since 2019, when we first approved our first waste strategy, we've made some great progress. Rattling through the schools programme, the FOGO trial, EPS, polystyrene processing, solar panel diversion, continued growth of and development of the piggyback landfill, Gracemere Waste Transfer Station just recently opened, the Upcycle Village, etc. So I'm very pleased with where we got with the first 3 years. That said, we're a long way short from our actual vision for a community without waste. We're not alone in that. The whole state is facing the same challenges. Which so basically a couple of the key policy changes since 2019 that we've had to respond to is the unwinding of the levy MSW rebate, the publication of the Queensland Organic Strategy and the development of the regional waste management plans. So in line with that, this strategy aims to realign with the position that we find ourselves in 2023. It does directly align with the regional plan. It continues to have the overarching vision of a zero waste community, a community without waste. We have brought the date forward from 2050 to 2040 in line with both the urgency of the sort of action that's required, but also our landfill capacity at Lakes Creek Road, which is currently scheduled to run out around about 2043. We've also revised the way we report the recovery rate. Previously, we'd been reporting the recovery rate at around about 39–40% for the last couple of years. That was because we were excluding clean fill. There's been a change in the sort of legislative treatment of clean fill, so we're now including that, which actually increases our recovery rate. So this strategy shows our recovery rate now at 49%, and then it proceeds to present a sort of 20-year plan as to how we intend to get as close as we can to our zero waste target. So 3% will come from incremental improvements in what we actually do. 8% will come from the rollout of a curbside organics program, and then a further 18%, potential 18%, can come from an energy to waste solution for dealing with residual mixed waste. That will take us to 78% recovery by 2040, and that's in line with what the regional plan sort of demonstrates that we can, the maximum that we can achieve. And even that will require substantial support from the state government, and it will require the right policy levers to be in place, and of course the full support of a viable solution, technological solution, and full support of council and the community. So to wrap up, it's a whole of community response that's going to be needed to deliver this plan, and it's a whole of council response. And I'd just like to sort of share a quote, which I can't actually reference directly, but it was just listening to the radio a couple of weeks ago, and this this architect was actually talking about the building industry, but I thought this kind of summed up the central tenet of this document that we've got here, which it's only in recent years that we've been conditioned to believe that the linear design is the norm. For 100 plus years, this country was built in bricks and timber. In minutes, these materials can be repurposed. Timber can be denailed, bricks can be cleaned. Today, we pour concrete. And I think that goes to the heart of what this document is, if you don't mind, councillors, because this is not a business as usual. This is not like a tick and flick and RRWR have got it covered. This is the whole of council has to get involved, the whole of the community has to get involved and change the way we actually think about consumption and the way we think about waste. And if we do, we will yield a cheaper long-term outcome. We will reduce the waste that's going to landfill, we'll reduce the amount of resources that we're pulling out the ground, virgin materials we're pulling out the ground, we'll create economy, we'll create high-value jobs here in the local community. So, recommend this report.
Thanks very much, George, and I endorse everything that you mentioned. We just need to be mindful the state government needs to understand that there needs to be a level playing field for regional councils in that space when we're competing with the southeast corner that are the markets and the economies of scale where regional Queensland suffer from the tyrannies of distance, but also the lack of competition in the market. And that's a message we'll be taking straight back to the state government in that space. That said, endorse everything that you mentioned. We need to change our community's perspective, but we need to work together on how we can minimise our resources and what we return into the environment. A number of questions. I'll go to Portfolio Spokesperson, Councillor Latcham, on that one. Thanks, Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Totally agree as well. I mean, that's why we've been doing the regional waste management plans to let the state know that we have our challenges in regional Queensland. So that's part of it. This document forms part of the solution or identifying the challenges that we're going to have over the next 3 to 20 years. And another high-quality document from you, George, and thank you and the team, Michael, for doing the research on this and the modelling to produce a really good document, a strategy that the Rockhampton region can be proud of. Just my question, and we have met with Michael and George earlier, there's a couple of typos in there. Will they be changed?
Yeah, they have been already. It's just that obviously it was too late to get the new version onto the agenda, but yeah, absolutely.
And the other thing I had mentioned, Mr Mayor, was, and I'm not sure if this is going to be put into the document, but just to identify some of the other challenges we're going to have over the next couple of years, which was EV batteries, smart waste transfer stations, and the other one was solar panels. So there's going to be a tsunami of solar panels coming through, and it would have been good to have that somewhere in the document. It was just a suggestion, but we'll see where that lands. But
I think this is a great starting point just on those comments. I think there's more work in that space to be done about how we can recover a lot of that resource going forward and how we manage to work that with the support from the state government to give us the ability to be able to undertake those types of projects going forward.
And just talking to your point about the fact that there's a lot of support mechanisms that needs to be in place. That's why we were keen to make sure this aligned with the regional plan, because many of those solutions that just don't work at scale of Rocky alone, but at a regional level, you start to get some potential value. So regional plans are going to play a huge role in delivering this.
So once again, thanks for the document. Thanks, George.
Thank you. Councillor Mathers, Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Through you to George. George, thanks very much for putting this together. It reads like a very good document. It's a strategy in a very ever-changing landscape. As you know, you work in it day to day, so I think it's something that's going to have to be very fluid, and we can make changes as see fit, but at least we've got somewhere to head with the strategy. One comment I did just want to make, but it was I liked in the strategic priorities, number one was behaviour change. And I think you've nailed it with that. It's because if we don't, we can do everything we want to, we can put all the procedures in place, but if the general public aren't on board and don't understand what they need to do and how to do it, where, you know, it's going to make that job so much harder. Yeah. So, good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mathers. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, congratulations. Great document. I do wonder about whether it's missing something, and that is something that the Mayor commented. There's an awful push down the levels of government and down into our community to fix this problem without any real contribution from top level. And I'm not necessarily just talking about money here. Maybe there should be a push back up where other levels of government start to address the packaging of products and on a broader scale. So whether there should be something in this document that pushes some of the responsibility back up on to policymakers to acknowledge that they've got a part to play, and some of the tough stuff has to be done by them.
Yeah.
Driving policy that may not be popular. We have to do it from this level, so maybe they have to do something as well. Yeah. And that, you know, even if we just look at solar panels, that's a new issue coming on board, but it's one that's not going away and it's only going to grow with time. And that needs to be addressed at another level as well. So it'd almost be good to have something that pushed, that says, this is our document, we're very proud of this document, but hey, look here, we expect that you have a part to play in this as well.
And that is absolutely fair comment, and we've tried our best to reflect that in the third strategic priority, which is the restructuring the market, which more than last time we've very much sort of tried to focus on advocacy and us pushing back up. So again, talking to what the Mayor just said, you know, around us actually sort of advocating back up the chain. Yes, I take your point. This document doesn't really tell the other levels of government, you know, what to do, but it does certainly put the onus back on us, pushing back up the chain.
And on that one, we've been working regionally with our CQ Rock neighbouring councils in Brisbane, with their delegation to Brisbane to raise those concerns, but also through the LGAQ, that is our council organisation, overarching body, to highlight those other, not, as you mentioned, not all wholly and solely council's responsibility, because we're the end of line for a lot of it. It needs to be dealt with at a higher level as well. You're right. Councillor Latcham?
Mr Mayor, just to respond to that, I mean, that's where LawMac comes into play. It is the body that's filled that void. It actually advocates to different higher levels of government. We have very productive meetings with DES and with industry, and from that, they're hearing us, they're seeing things, and reforms are coming, but it is from representation from everyone at LawMac as well.
My remit to mention LawMac as well. Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, and thank you for that. I just wonder, in the document there's an inverted pyramid type thing, and I'm just wondering, and refuse is up the top, I'm wondering if there could have been a line up that, above that as well, that, you know, talked about reform, government policy reform.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. That's the 10 Rs, which is sort of the circular economy that has sort of started. I don't even know actually where it originates, but it's sort of become quite commonplace now in the literature over the last couple of years. Yeah. We will make recommendation for the 11 Rs and putting reform at the top.
Thanks very much, George. Councillor Latcham, you happy to move?
Yes, Mr Mayor, happy with this.
Speaker seconder, Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. George, you win the next one, or
no, Michael? Perfect.
George, I'd just like to thank you for your time with council. I understand this is your last council meeting,
yes.
And
it's a slightly casual look. Thank you.
Thank you for your work and your effort in your due diligence in that space that we call recycling and waste. And we do really appreciate your time with Rockhampton Regional Council. So thank you, and all the best for your future and where that may take you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, and it's been a pleasure. Yeah, it's been great working with everybody here. Yeah, been a great 5 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Righto, we'll move on to 11.6 and ask Michael to present the report on the FOGO business case update. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. And yeah, thank you also, Mr Mayor, for acknowledging George's last day with us today and his contributions. I was going to sadly inform council of the same before I started this report, but the pleasing thing about George leaving is that he's leaving for the right reasons. You know, and I've known since the day, maybe the day before I actually offered George this role, that he was only here for a period of time, and when he'd achieved a certain number of things, like get his children through high school and into secure jobs, etc., he was going to leave to pursue another opportunity or opportunities overseas. So I think it's really pleasing that George has been able to succeed and move on to his next journey, as sad as that is for myself personally. But yeah, so thanks, councillors. So this report is to talk about the update around our FOGO business case. As council would be aware, one of our actions in the operational plan is to come back to council before the 30th of June to present a final business case. We're running out of days, and a lot of work has been done. We've presented to council the outcome of our FOGO trial, and we presented the success of that. Where we're at the moment is there's just a number of barriers that's preventing us from getting across that final document. The report presents those. The need to implement a curbside organic service is still there. It's still as important as ever. It's still a national priority, a state priority. It's still a priority within the regional waste and resource recovery plan. It's still a priority in the strategy that George has just presented. I'll speak very briefly around the barriers that's preventing us from completing that plan at the moment. And it's really around funding. We've been talking to the state government for a long time around what level of funding will they provide to implement the service, and potential funding ongoing. We've had many conversations. We've sort of started, they've started at $60 per household. We've sort of floated a number closer to 80 or mid-80s. The number might be now in excess of $100 per household, but we're still working on that. But until we know, we just can't finalise that modelling to come back to council and say, look, hand on heart, this is what we want to do, this is a recommendation, this is what the cost is going to be. Another one is there's some changes happening with the ERA 53, which is the Environmental Relevant Activity 53, which is what a composting site falls under. There's a new model operating conditions for composting sites. There's been a lot of work done around what the impact of introducing a FOGO material into a composting facility will have on that facility in terms of predominantly odour impact. FOGO has been categorised as being a high-risk input material to a composting facility, and there's still a few unknowns around what technology a composting facility is going to have to adopt in order to meet those model operating conditions and therefore be compliant. So again, until we know that for sure, we can't really progress down that implementation path, because we're going to have to go through a procurement process to bring on a processing facility, and if we don't know what technology we're going to have to adopt, then we can't really start that procurement process. Another one is around PFAS. Some of you may have heard of the acronym or the term PFAS. I'm not going to say the long name, I probably can't pronounce it, but as a part of the trial that we've done and the other participating councils in the organics trial have done, some sampling has been done of the organic matter to see if there is any PFAS contaminant level in that material. Some preliminary results have come out, but we're still waiting to see a final report from the state government on that. Again, we need to see what that's going to be and if that's going to then potentially have an impact on the end product
and if that then end product will then comply or not comply with the Australian standard for composting, because again, we need to know what the end market for that is. We don't want to start producing something and putting it into an end market if we only find out then 2 years down the track that, you know, that's not, or the state government changed the goalposts, which does happen. So it is still a priority. It will continue beyond today. I'll take it up and, you know, continue to try and get clarity around those barriers. We'll finish the business case as quickly as we can into the new financial year, and we'll come back to council when that is done. So just wanted to give you an update, and so because of those unknowns and that being very much outside of our control, putting to you that an amended operational plan with the removal of that action where we need to present a business case by 30th of June to council.
Okay, thanks very much, Michael. Questions, Councillor Mathers?
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. When I was reading through this report, I was almost said the D word, Mr. CEO. I was very sorry to read this because I think we know how important it is, and I understand that, you know, Michael, you've mentioned that it is a priority that we need to do. I've got two questions for you. So the first question is, if it still is a priority and it's something that we want to move forward with, why are we actually looking to remove it altogether from the operational plan? Why aren't we just extending the date out? Sometimes I just feel that if we remove these things from an operational plan, it sort of goes off into the ether and it's not a priority, you know. Why can't we just extend the date? So that's my first question.
Happy to do that, although I don't think it would be at extending the date, it would be removing it from this operational plan, it would be adding it to the new operational plan.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to look at adding a very similar action into the next operational plan with a suitable date.
Yeah, that makes sense, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what your thoughts are with that, but I just sort of think, you know, if it's still in there, it means it's something, you know, the public shows, anyone that reads it, it shows that we're still working on it, it shows it's a priority. I understand it's in that, but this is our operational plan, that's a different department. But anyhow, I'm not, you know, just something that I thought would be a suggestion. My second question, Mr. Mayor, is, Michael, in regards to the FOGO trial that still is ongoing at the moment, I understand that's a cost to council. Are we going to be ceasing that because of these barriers that we have to overcome before we can move forward?
I have a draft, through the chair, I have a draft report that I'm hoping to complete in the next few weeks and get that to council likely in July, or the first infrastructure committee meeting possibly in August, putting a recommendation to cease that service.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, sorry, Michael, I'm pleased to hear that, and only for the simple reason, you know, it was a program, it was a trial that we're doing, and at the moment there are some community members out there are getting a service that other community members aren't at the cost of all ratepayers. So we need to make sure it's fair and equitable against the, you know, across the board. So.
And Mr. Mayor, just,
oh, sorry.
You know, when we made the decision to continue that service, I guess at the time we thought that the ducks would align far more quickly, and that we were hoping at that point to be able to implement a service from around about July 2024. So we thought, you know, for the sake of might have even been July 2024, I think. So we thought for a short period of time we'd continue that service and try and build up some momentum and some champions within our community to help us, you know, understand behaviours and barriers and that further. But now that it looks like, realistically, I would think the earliest we would implement a service would be July 2026. So that's some years away. So that's probably one of the primary reasons why we're looking to come back to council and say, look, we think we just need to cease that service, finish the business case, and then come back to council and offer it as a whole community service when the time's right.
Yeah, thank you. Mr Mayor, Michael, I totally understand why you looked at extending it, and I agreed with that at the time as well, but I just understand if we know it's going to be longer, there's no point in having the cost. So thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Again, Councillor, I think there's some challenges there going forward as we live in the north and the subtropical environment that we're in. I just think that there are some challenges there going forward about this, that we're working with the state and highlighting some of those barriers that we're facing going forward. But we need the support of the government to help fund and implement this. It is major change for our community. One, we need levels of support where we can get it. And I don't know. It's just I see there is challenges there that can't help with our process in doing this. Councillors, any further questions to Michael's report? If not, Councillor Latcham, again, you happy to move? Seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland, put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much for that one, Michael. And again, we'll move on to item 11.7, the sole provider for Rocky Regional Council Waste and Recycling. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. So this report, back in 2017, we did a review on buying a new landfill compactor for the site. At the time, or prior to that, we were dry hiring a compactor which wasn't suitable for the volume of waste we were managing. We put a report to council back in early 2018 to purchase a machine. We then did a bit of market research around what was the best survey equipment to apply to that piece of machinery. We consulted with our internal surveying team and we chose a Trimble system. We've got a Trimble base station on the roof of the transfer station at Lakes Creek Road. The landfill compactor has a Trimble system mounted to it, which means that the operator, as they're operating, has got a screen and he's filling waste to a predetermined design height, and he knows how many passes they've done in any one location, so they can maximise densities without just burning fuel for the sake of burning fuel, etc. That system on the roof of that compactor failed, and we need to replace it. So Trimble, it's a like-for-like system. There is only one supplier in Australia, so this is just seeking approval to go ahead with that replacement.
If we don't approve it, we're in a bit of a pickle. But that said, again, it's a policy there that we bring up to the council table for that recommendation. So, Michael, thank you much for the report. No questions, councillors. Could I have a move? Move Councillor Latcham, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to item 11.8, annual policy review, purchasing policy, acquisition of goods and services. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. This report provides the annual review of the purchasing policy for council's consideration and adoption. As part of this year's review, we've undertaken a benchmarking exercise of 12 other Queensland councils' procurement thresholds. This exercise identified that Rockhampton Regional Council is the only council that still has a tender threshold of $150,000. This actually increased to $200,000 under the local government regulation back in 2012. However, since then we have maintained that lower tendering threshold. We also identified that council has a lower single quote threshold than the majority of the other councils. So in consideration of this benchmarking exercise, as well as the significant cost increases that have been experienced across multiple industries, it is recommended that council's procurement thresholds are increased in accordance with the draft policy provided. I would like to clarify too that increasing our tendering thresholds won't limit the opportunities that are available to local suppliers. Rockhampton Regional Council actually posts their quotes on Q tenders, which is far in excess of what a lot of other councils do, so they're still publicly accessible even if we're doing a quote process via the contracts and tenders team rather than a formal tender. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Megan. Questions, Councillor Kirkland?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Megan, I was just curious as to why it's taken between 2012 and now to find that discrepancy within this particular policy. Is it that the policy hasn't been reviewed or that the policy wasn't required to be reviewed until now. Can you just give me some clarity on that, please?
Through the Chair, this policy is reviewed annually. However, back in 2012, we were aware that the change had happened. I've been aware since then that we are lower than that threshold, but I think it was a risk determination at that time that Council was comfortable maintaining that lower tendering threshold. It just meant that we were putting more tenders out rather than quotes. So I'm just, I suppose, looking now at moving a bit more with the times and making our processes more efficient.
Thank you, Megan. So did that decision to, that recommendation to take that risk, did that come to the table, or is that through a delegation?
Through the Chair, that came through Council. It was a report from an officer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions, councillors. Could I have a mover and a seconder with regards to that report? Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks very much, Megan. Right, I will, Council, we might work through this one and then we'll have a break. Thanks very much, Alyssa.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. This report is seeking Council's approval to delegate 2 legislative powers under the local government regulation to our Chief Executive Officer. Officers are in the process, as you would be aware, of finalising all of our financial policy documentation for 23-24, and as a part of that, in finalising the proposed revenue statement, it has been identified that there are 2 powers needed to be delegated to our Chief Executive Officer that currently aren't held with that position. Those are contained in attachment 1, and generally once Council, the table, resolves the rating categories and determines the minimum rates, these 2 powers then delegate for our Chief Executive Officer to apply that formula to particular parcels of land. I'm happy to take any questions should there be any.
Thanks, Alyssa. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, is this just an oversight that hadn't been in there before previously for other budgets where that responsibility naturally occurred?
That's correct, Councillor Kirkland. This year, the review process in that documentation was a little bit different, and the delegation side of it actually reviewed the revenue statement. We haven't done that previously, that officer, so it was something that was picked up and compared and identified that that's something that's not currently in the delegation register.
Okay, so just to be clear, it wasn't in the register previously, but it was in fact happening as a natural process.
Correct. Marnie, if you want to jump in and talk about processes. In saying that, some of these powers, yes, they're identified as powers, but they're also tasks. Yeah. So it's a very fine line, and we see it often that technically, and I don't want to get into a big legal spiel, but despite some of these powers being identified as powers through LGAQ, I don't believe they actually need to be delegated in order to carry out the performing of the task. That's right.
I don't really have anything further to add to that.
Thank you. Thanks, Alyssa. Councillors, I'm happy to move as recommended. Seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, I'll move that we take a recess till 11:45. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried. Thank you. Close the meeting. We'll kick back.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Okay, thank you and welcome back, councillors. I'd like to move that the meeting be resumed. Put that, those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried. Move us on to our next item on the agenda, which is 11.10, the Summary Budget Management Report for the period ending 31st of May 2023.
Mr Mayor, you weren't talking about this one, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith?
You weren't talking about this one.
11.11.
I'll have a look.
Okay, we'll have a look at that one. But in the meantime, we'll ask Marnie to present the 11.10. Thanks very much, Marnie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, everybody. So just before councillors today is the Summary Budget Management Report for the end of May. So 11 months into the financial year, one more to go, almost at the end of June now. So results for the budget should actually be within about 91.7% of the budget. Operating revenue is around the 96% of the monthly budget review. Key components, of course, are around the rates and charges, which are at 96%, slightly behind, as we've been discussing with council through our budget discussion, slightly behind what we had anticipated our final rates and utility charges would be, and we'll speak about that probably further in the next report. Private and recoverable works are around the 86% of budget due to timing. Rent and lease revenue is at 100% of budget, with airport and property and insurance sections generally ahead on all areas of their rental income. Grants and subsidies are ahead of budget at 102% due to the receipt of the state government grant of $2.3 million at this stage for carting of water to Mount Morgan. We have recently, in the last week, just submitted a further claim taking us through to the 15th of June for the subsequent costs of carting water from January until the 15th of June to the state government, and they are looking at that at present. So we expect that we may get that money before the end of the financial year, so by the end of this week, but if not, we will accrue it because it's relating to this financial year. Other income is ahead of budget at 107%. Our operating and other revenue items are within the proximity to the budget. Our operating expenditure is around 89%. Employee costs are at 87%. This is partly due to transactions that we will need to complete at the end of the financial year around provisions and accruals and things like that. But there are also some vacant positions which are contributing to that lesser expenditure on employee costs. Contractors and consultants are at 89%, and materials and plant expenses are close to being at budget already due to increases in fuel costs and external plant hire across civil operations and Fitzroy Water. Asset operational expenses are at 86%, and admin expenses are at 77% due to timing more than anything in relation to events and things concluding towards the end of the financial year, such as the show. In relation to our capital income, it's at 44% of the monthly budget review. The majority is from the grants and subsidies tied to those performance obligations, and there will be some movement in those when we look at the summary, the monthly budget review for May. And capital expenditure is at 65%. So we have seen quite an uplift in capital spend in the last month, around $11.5 million. So we're sitting over the $102.8 million in terms of our capital expenditure for this financial year. Councillors, you will remember, however, that we started the year with a budget of 186 for our spend. So it is quite different, but there are a number of projects that are contributing to that lower capital expenditure. Our investments are sitting at $88.8 million at the end of the month, and our loans $135.3. We have not, and we'll speak about this further in the other reports coming, but we have not drawn down the loan that we had approval for in this financial year, so that is not going to happen because of our position with our capital budget and the cash that we're holding at present. So that the loan borrowings program has been amended, and we'll look at that when we adopt the budget next week. So, yeah. But other than that, that's where we're at for the end of May. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much for your report there, Marnie. Just one question there on the operating expenditure. The plant and material expenses are at 99% due to the increase in fuel costs and external plant across the projects. Whether you look with if that's at 99% and we're a month to go into the end of the financial year, that'd envisage overrun?
Yeah, we will see, yes, Mr Mayor, we will see probably an overrun in that area of our budget. However, overall, when we look at the budget, we will see ourselves in an improved position to what we had adopted in January when we looked at the January monthly budget review. So there's a number of contributing factors, of course. That
Increase
is
in
one
revenue
element
in
of
other
it.
areas?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Marnie, the water cutting costs, it's just about where it sits.
Yeah, I think it might be best, actually.
Yeah, we might just acknowledge that one if we're going into the questions around that, Councillor Rutherford. We just need to capture Councillor Smith's conflict in that she's left the meeting while those questions are asked.
All right. Marnie, where does it sit as an expense and the revenue that we've received?
Yeah. Yeah, so that revenue that I mentioned, which was the 2.3 million, was only to the end of December, which was the amount that we had claimed earlier this year. So we had claimed that money in April when we got advice around the approval. In terms of our expenditure and where we're sitting at present, we're around 5.4 million expenditure.
Thank you. Sorry, no, I didn't put that very well. Where does it sit in our budget scheme of things? Is it against the Mount Morgan Water Supply Project? Is it part of FRW?
It's part of FRW management.
Part of FRW.
Yeah.
So the income from the state government will go
back into
FRW as well.
Yeah, it just offsets the expenditure. Effectively, what that grant is doing, or that funding, is offsetting the expenditure that we've already incurred for this year and then also for next year in relation to the carting costs.
Yeah, thank you. It was where it sat in our budget that I was, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We invite Councillor Smith back into the room if there's no further questions around that particular matter. Thanks, Evan. Councillors, any further questions to Marnie's report? If not, I'm happy to move as recommended and seek a seconder. Seconded, Councillor Latcham. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to our next item there, Marnie.
Mr Mayor, yeah, it is mentioned about the
Mount Morgan Water.
Mount Morgan Water, but further over it talks about the Mount Morgan Water security as well. So I'm not quite sure. We'll just ask the CEO for advice. It's just mentioned. It doesn't go to any.
That's actually in relation to the capital program that's around the. Yeah.
Similar, Councillor. I think if there's a question that arises in the presentation of the report, if that happens at the time, we'll ask to step out of the meeting.
It's also probably encapsulated by the budget.
By the budget as well. So we're just mindful that it's an overall budget.
Generally speaking, it's the budget that you're currently working on, not when we're going through the reviews, but just be mindful of that.
Mindful of that. But if that question does arise, and similar to the last report, just we'll make Council aware and remove that from the meeting. That said, I'll hand over to Marnie to present the report. Thanks very much, Marnie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this report is in relation to the monthly budget review to the end of May. So we've just looked at the position that we were in at the end of May. This is now the adjustments that have been made in relation to the budget to close out the year. It's high level that we deal with a lot of these, but it does contain some material changes to the operating budget, but there are also some whole of council changes that we've made rather than at individual section or unit levels. and the capital budget the review of that is mainly comprised of budget reallocations between projects, not removal of projects altogether. So just in relation to excuse me, the operational budget estimate changes, we have been previously speaking around the reduction in water consumption income that we have identified through this year. It has reduced now overall by $4 million that we did not receive in relation to water consumption revenue, and really that's a lot to do with the amount of rainfall and the timing of that rainfall throughout the year, which impacted on consumption more than anything. So we've got a decrease in our rates and utility charges there. We've also seen an adjustment for a reduction in airport fees and charges because of the RASI grant offsetting 330,000 of that amount, which is also mentioned in the increase in grant revenue. So it's really had a nil impact on the bottom line in that regard. We've also had the financial assistance grant advance payment of 100% notified to us for 23-24. So originally, and I'm not sure whether councillors are across all of the movements that have happened in that space in the last couple of weeks, but originally it was identified following the federal budget that the financial assistance grant allocation for 23-24 would actually be paid primarily in August. A fair portion of it would be paid in August 2023, and then there'd be four further instalments throughout the year to allocate all of the 23-24 funding. That position has subsequently changed with that decision being overturned, in which they've now decided to pay all of the the majority of the 23-24 prepayment of the financial assistance grant before the end of this week. We expect that we'll probably get it tomorrow, I think.
But that said, that's still a decrease from the overall federal assistance grant that we've been previously receiving.
Yes, it is there is an increase. If we look at what we were what we had thought we were going to get when we were told we were moving out of the minimum grant council position, well, moving into the minimum grant council category, we had thought that we would get around 50% for 23-24 of just over 9 million. So the early payment that we have been advised that we'll be getting is 4.961 million. So it is slightly more, well, a few $100,000 more than what we had thought we would get in the 23-24 financial year. It's become quite confusing because of the prepayment status, and also because of us having our grant reduced over 3 years of this transition to the minimum grant council category. So
and sorry, on top of that though, the recent federal government, the federal assistance grant overall has reduced to councils.
Yes, it has reduced, but we've actually seen a little more in our indexation. Last year we were expecting that, or this financial year we were expecting that we would get 75% of what we got in 21-22. However, we ended up with 80% with indexation. So it is, with the indexation, it's made it complicated, and with the prepayments, it also makes it difficult. So, but just thought I'd let you know that in relation to the grant.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we've already mentioned the water carding of 5.9 million, which we've budgeted in terms of the carding of water we expect to get from the state government in this financial year, which will ultimately reduce what we get in next financial year, because the grant is capped at 10.8 million. We also have seen an increase in our interest revenue due to increases in interest rates going up, so a couple of $100,000 there. Private and recoverable works increased by 12,000. Contractors and consultants, facilities costs increased by 90,000, and whole of council improvements to the budget bottom line that amount to about 1.94 million were recorded in resourcing. So a decrease in consultants of 1 million. Materials and plant, apologies, there's a typo there, of $1 million, administrative expenses a decrease of $1 million, and overhead allocations an increase of $420,000. So ultimately, our operational budget changes have resulted in the operating deficit decreasing by $6.81 million in 22-23 from $7.1 million to $332,000. That's still a deficit, but it's reduced considerably, and most of that is in relation to those items that we've already mentioned. In terms of the capital budget changes, we've just really updated the budget reallocations between projects and also the timing of some projects between the current and the next 2 financial years. Capital revenue budgets across the current and next 2 financial years have increased by $41.56 million, whilst the capital budgets have increased by $39.82. So a net overall change or improvement of $1.74 million over those 3 financial years. There's provided listing there in relation to some of those changes. I think we probably can take those as read unless council really wants to go through those individual items, but we have previously been through the capital budget changes, and we have seen the capital budget for the 22-23 financial year, where we anticipate that it will end the year around the $130 million mark, and these changes are reflective of that. So those items have been captured there.
Okay, thank you, Marnie. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Through you to Marnie. Marnie, sorry, would you be able to give me an idea of the federal assistance grants? How's that actually calculated? Do you know? Like, what are they? What are they calculated on?
It's quite a complex. It's around population. It's around road lengths. There's that element as well. Like there's the Grants Commission has a formula in which they calculate to distribute to Queensland councils, which may be different to what is used in other states from following the federal allocations that are given to each of the states.
Is any of that? Do they take into account? Do they take into account any payments that have already been made from them into that year as well?
No, they're individually. No, Councillor Mathers, they're individually assessed each year. So there's a pool that's allocated each year, and that is then distributed to the councils within each state based on that council's state grants commission or whatever they may be called in that particular area.
Fair enough. Mr Mayor, I just thought there might have been a benefit to them in regards to paying the full amount up front, because they've gone, well, you've already received that in the financial year, which means next year you actually receive less. That's I think there's got to be some reason why they've changed and started paying up front now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an interesting process, because up until last year we were getting 50% prepayments, and then it went to 75 last year, which was ultimately most of our grant because we were seeing that reduction, and now we've gone to 100%. It makes it difficult to obviously budget for, and some councils, I believe, have been caught out in that space, but you know, it's just the timing more than anything. It's still the next year's allocation, and that's not taken into consideration.
That was the frustrating part when we were trying to argue the overall reduction. The review panel was saying that, how do you know what the future is going to hold when we can increase it? But we're saying, well, we're seeing a reduction, but we've seen in this last federal announcement that there was a reduction in the overall funding. So yeah, and that's and we'd asked for 1%, been asking for 1% for 15 years. How we can make councils more sustainable going forward, not with less funding. Anyway, we've been, Rockhampton Regional Council has been one of the most hardest hit councils with that methodology review. When we look at de-amalgamation and amalgamations, the methodology, and that was working through the finance department to see what the council's financial position was, where this was methodology was just around population, and you reach that figure, you're in a minimum grants council now, and the comment was to increase your rates to make up that loss. It's very frustrating on council's behalf, as we've had to absorb that. Anyway, that's one we'll still continue to fight to ask for that 1% increase overall. I see Matt Burnett at the ALGA conference put in a good push for that in Canberra, so as our representative. Anyway, that said, I won't keep bogging into that one, but it's one that we hadn't had support for in that our position going forward. Overall, councillors, any other questions to Marnie's report there for the month of May? If not, I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much for that, Marnie. We'll move into 11.12, the asset ownership recognition for the Rockhampton Hockey Association. Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is providing information on the recognition of ownership of constructed assets by the Rockhampton Hockey Association. We, as council will be aware, over the period of 2017 to 19, council managed capital works in relation to the Calca Shades hockey fields, the redevelopment and the expansion. It comprised of a number of projects: new field, existing fields, refurbishment and stormwater infrastructure. There was a number of state and federal government grants, as well as contributions by council and the Hockey Association towards those projects. And initially, the Hockey Association was provided with grants which were then relinquished to council to manage the project due to the scale of the works to be undertaken. All of those capital works were actually then identified or captured in council's books and classified as capital revenue and expenditure through that process. Since then, we have been the cost of those works, the expenditure and also the capital revenue has sat within our work in progress in relation to the actual work that was completed. And as we are required to transfer our assets from work in progress into our actual capturing of our assets to recognise them, we've gone through the process of now identifying that these assets would actually need to be transferred to the Hockey Association. They are in fact treating them as their own assets in any case, and have been insuring them, etc., maintaining them on that basis. So the proposal is really just to get council to acknowledge that the assets are owned by the Rockhampton Hockey Association and that we finalise them from our accounts as at the 22-23 financial year.
Thank you, Marnie. Pretty straightforward, councillors. Is there any questions to Marnie with that report? If not, Councillor Rutherford, are you happy to move?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Parks. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Seconded. Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to the 11.13 bad debt write-off money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So a couple of items in relation to two debtors that have had considerable work around trying to collect the outstanding amounts associated with those debtors of $8,243.11 and $6,502.20 respectively. We've tried numerous avenues, including using our debt collection agency in order to recover these debts. However, the continued chance of recovery and any further pursuit of these debts makes it really uneconomical to continue to do anything or to pursue those outstanding debts. So the recommendation is to have council approve the write-off of those two amounts from our books.
Thanks very much, Marnie. Got a couple of questions. Councillor Latton.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through to Marnie. Marnie, one of those debtors, as I recall, was something to do with they had an office or had a space at the airport, I think. Is that right?
I'm not sure whether we can talk about the details. Councillors,
wherever it is, I'm not sure. But have they vacated the premises that they were renting, leasing?
I believe I can't comment on that. I'm not sure whether Marcus is. Yeah.
Marcus.
Morning, Mr Mayor, councillors, and through the chair, yes, that hangar has been filled.
Righto, thank you. Okay, councillors, no further questions. I'm sure you can take further questions offline if you need more details on those items. Otherwise, I'm happy to move as recommended. Seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. It's unfortunate, but sometimes they're no good throwing ratepayers' money after that process. Mover and a second. I'm happy to move. Seconded. Put the motion. Those in favour. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to the 11.4, the whole of council corporate performance report for the period ending May 2023. I'll hand over to Ross.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, we do have this item on the debriefing session this afternoon for further detail if council prefer to do that.
Councillors, any questions? If not, we can talk about that in the briefing session as we go through. It's just a report from Ross. So again, I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Mathers. Put that. Those in favour. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, that brings us to the end of our agenda items. We have a number of items to be dealt with in closed session. 16.1, 16.2, 16.3 and 16.4. As recommended that the meeting be closed to the public to discuss the following items which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for the reasons indicated in those presentations. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour. Motion's carried. Sorry. Councillor Latcham has a separate one at 16.2. So, yep.
No, this probably, I think if we deal with 16.2 first, and then come back out again, deal with 16.2, go into close, come out, deal with the beef
Okay,
one,
righto.
and take the other three back in. So we'll swap it around.
Okay, councillor, we'll deal with 16.2 first. Councillor Rutherford, question?
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Can I just do some urgent business before we...
Yep, you can. You sure can.
I have a request from Capricorn Animal Aid for money from CDF. I believe Councillor Wickerson has already given money.
And Councillor Mathers, yep.
So have you asked? Anyway, so I would like approval to give $250 from CDF.
Yep, happy to
Division
move.
5
Seek a seconder. Seconded Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour.
Have you got permission?
Motion's carried.
I didn't.
Yeah, I moved. Councillor Kirkland seconded.
Mr Mayor, sorry.
Councillor Kirkland.
Forgive me because I was thinking of doing that after we come back out of confidential, but I see it's item 14 for urgent business. I did have something that I wanted to put to the table. It's, if that's okay. Yeah, it's just to draw attention to the Energy Renewable Transformation and Jobs Bill 23 exposure draft, which is open for public consultation. It closes on the 30th of June, but it's been extended to the 7th for councils. I'd like to see that council take time to review and discuss that bill and provide an informed submission before the cut-off date. Is that possible? Do I do that here, or is because of the time frame? Yeah.
Yes, we might take that offline and come back to you on that one. I'm not sure whether we were putting anything in on that anyway, and what our submission would entail.
Well, it talks about a lot about renewable energy zones and a lot of discussions and conversation that have been percolating with councillors, and I think that it would be prudent for us to review this particular document and provide a submission either way, whether we end up with a positive comment or something that we're wanting to bring to the attention, given that Central Queensland is in fact identified as one of those 4 important zones for renewables. I think that it would be prudent off the table to be engaged with that.
I would have liked a bit more notice on it, Councillor,
Apologies,
before
I read
now.
it late last night. My apologies.
We can look at that and see what our submission would entail
if
and
I
what
could, through the
details
Chair,
required.
The leadership team having a discussion in regards to that bill. It has also been worked on through the CQ ROC as well. That's one part that's going through there. that we're also having we're hooking into a departmental session early next week, I think, Angus, 5th of July on it as well. So
Is it possible
I think we should have a report there before we make a submission or get the detail there so councillors are familiar with what's involved in it. And what's the timing of the submission? When's it?
I think it's been extended 2 weeks, I think it is.
Extended to the 7th for councils.
Yeah.
1 week.
Yeah.
Have we got time to?
Probably won't be able to bring it back to council, Mr Mayor. That'd be the issue that we've got. No.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I only read it yesterday, so apologies.
Yeah. I'm just not sure we'll have time to do anything on it there, councillor. We might. Sorry, councillor, maybe just a timing thing. We might be able to.
We'll try and get Mr Mayor, we'll try and get the council a briefing next Tuesday where things are up to, if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Righto. Okay. Thanks, councillor Kirkland.
We don't need to formalise that at all? Okay.
Circle back with that.
Okay. Righto. So we move into the item of closed session, which is 16.2. Again, for the same reasons indicated before, that the meeting needs to move into closed session in accordance with the local government regulations. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, councillor Latcham should leave first.
Should leave first and before we vote on that one. Yep. Okay, councillors, again, I'll read that one through, that the meeting be closed to the public to discuss the following items which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J3 of Local Government Regulations 2012 for the reasons indicated, which is a summary of a partnership with the discussions of Beef Australia. So I'm happy to move and seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland will put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried, and I'm happy to move that the meeting now move into closed session and seek a seconder. Councillor Smith, I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. The meeting now.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody.
No, we'll have to wait, won't we? Yep. I'm happy to move as recommended. Seek a seconder. Councillor Mathers, that Council approve the negotiation with Beef 2024 with the partnership negotiator and acting CEO. Advance Rockhampton to approve the CEO based on the conversations and understandings. That said, I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. We'll invite Councillor Latcham back into the meeting and we'll move on to the rest of the agenda items. Okay, councillors, at the meeting now be closed to the public to discuss the following items which are considered confidential in accordance with 254J3 Local Government Regulations 2012 for the reasons indicated. 16.1 the Rockhampton Botanic Garden Zoo Construction Visitor Hub. 16.3 the organisational structure, and 16.4 the 23-24 budget briefing. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Second, Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. And now that the meeting move into closed session, have a mover and a seconder. Seconded, move Councillor Smith. Seconded, Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. In the meeting.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blues. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Thanks, councillors. The recommendation... Councillors, the officer's recommendation is there to defer construction of the new visitor hub for a period of 6 to 12 months. And item 2, that a further report be presented on alternatives for the amenities. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Seconded, Councillor Latcham. We'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, I'll move that we take a recess till 1 o'clock. And I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Meeting be resumed at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Okay, thank you, councillors and officers. I'll move that we resume the council meeting. Put that, those in favour. Motion's carried. And councillors, now that we still have a couple of items to be dealt with in closed session, and we need to move back into closed session, so I'm happy to move that the meeting moves back to deal with the other two items. Seek a seconder, Deputy Mayor Councillor Fisher. We'll put that, those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Okay, thank you. Council's officer's recommendation that we receive the information associated with the 23-24 budget as presented. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Deputy Mayor Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried. And the organisational structure. The officer's recommendation that the proposed structure be endorsed and the proposed organisational structure distributed to impacted staff and the relevant unions and for consultation, and that the CEO be delegated to approve the implementation and the final organisational structure, considered the feedback received during the consultation process. Could I have a mover and a seconder with regards to that? Move Councillor Kirkland. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Councillors, that brings us to the end of the council agenda. I'll thank everyone for your attendance and declare the meeting closed.
Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine.